so strong, girl. I can feel you slipping away.
But that's okay. We've got some giveaways for kids. So if you're 12 and under in the show, by the stage, come on up. You right there? Oh, you got a Pikachu shirt on. Come on up. I got something good for you to break. So you go up, sit down on the chair. So again, any kids that are in the crowd, walking around, having a good time, make your way over to the stage. We're going to do some open of packs, some cool stuff up here that you're going to get to walk away with. What's your name?
Owen. Owen.
Is this your first show, Owen?
Second.
When was your first?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Were you here in the spring?
Yes.
Who brought you?
My dad.
Does your mom know you're here?
Yes.
She's cool with it.
Yes.
Did you buy anything?
Yes.
What did you buy so far?
Soccer cards.
What's your favorite kind of card?
Soccer cards.
Who's your favorite player?
Messi.
Don't you mean Alphonso Davies?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to get you to open a couple packs of cards, and I'm also going to open up this Hit Parade Graded Thunder Edition, which means it's a graded Pikachu card. And given that you are wearing a Pikachu shirt, I thought this would be very fitting. And again, thank you to our sponsor, Hit Parade, for providing us this lovely gift. And here, I'm going to open it up, and then you can go ahead and show us what you got. And again, if there's any kids in the crowd who'd like some free cards, they just have to make their way onto the stage. Go ahead. The stairs are just over there. Come on. I got some packs for you to open. Come on up. It's all right. Stairs are right over here. I didn't think you were going to take the stairs. You take a seat there. Wait. We got to learn his name first. We're going to open that on camera. And your name is?
London.
London, is this your first show?
Yeah.
What? No, it's not. No, it's not. So you've been to the show before?
Yeah.
What's your favorite part of the show?
Cards.
What's your favorite sport?
Baseball.
Who's your favorite player?
Ooh. Teoscar Hernandez.
Very nice. And do you have any cards?
Yeah.
What's your favorite card?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? There's not one card that you hold the ball above all others?
No.
What's your favorite kind of card?
What do you mean?
Like, what's your favorite sport to collect?
Baseball.
Baseball? What's your favorite type of card? Is it Topps? Is it Bowman?
Tops.
Very nice. And you don't know out of all your Topps cards, what's your favorite one? No? Okay, no problem. I'm going to give you 2 packs of cards to open. There you go, sir. And now you're going to show everyone the best hit you get. All right, back to you. You excited? You ready to open that box and show everyone what you got? Is this the first time you've opened a box like this?
Yes.
Are you excited?
Yes.
Are you nervous?
No.
That's the right way. Oh, show it out. Beautiful card. Can I see that for a second? It is a 1999 Pokemon Jungle Pikachu First Edition. Beautiful card. Hold on to this. It's going to be worth a bunch. All right, what'd you get? Oh, you're just starting to open them now? Come on, London. Okay, we're looking for some young guns. Let's see what you got. Oh, hold that up. That's nice. Tavares. Mitch Marner, beautiful insert. Star Zone. Excellent. What else you got? And again, I have 2 more packs for any other little kid who's in the audience right now that wants to come on up. Big kids. What about the second pack? You forgot you had 2 packs. What do you think so far? You having a good time?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your favorite part of the show?
This.
Okay, good. Let's see if we got any young guns. Another Dazzler. Well, that's a cool piece. Couple nice inserts in there. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. You didn't get anything, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a couple one-touches for some of your favorite cards that you haven't picked out yet. How's that sound, London? All right. Thank you for coming. Tell me your favorite part of the show.
Cards.
But like what part of cards? Buying them?
Yeah.
Is Mom going to buy some? Thanks, Mom. Thanks, guys. Have a good one. Enjoy your card. Enjoy your cards. Let me get you some one-touches.
give it up for our panel today. Crickets. Is that an Otani's your blank or Otani?
Otani.
Of course. See? I know.
Once if he gets traded, then I'll just get the real one. When he goes to the Yankees.
Stop. Do not do that to me. Slide this up. Hot light. Mics are hot. I don't know. I guess I was gonna try to wait for Jeremy. Yeah. So what's the deal? Jeremy leads him with home free. Jeremy lead a home free.
Okay, so the music got turned on. I guess that was my cue to go. That's it. So as you can see here, I already feel very much out of place on this stage because we have absolute beauties up here. My name's Charlie Castro. If you don't know, I host The Chase by Dave and Adams. Obviously, Dave and Adams Card World. Okay, nope. Hold your applause, the two of you. Appreciate that. But I think first things first is you want to get to know these guys. So let's just do a rundown of who you are and what you're doing. So we'll start with you. I know you, but they don't know. Some may know you.
I'm here to introduce myself to as many people that want to talk to me, but I'm Kyle. I am a hobbyist. No.
Woo!
Hell
yeah. Hell yeah, Kyle.
My content page is King of the Cards. I create content in the space and have a full-blown sports card collectible business that I'm fortunate to get to run every day.
All right. Next one. You, sir.
Yeah.
In the hat.
What's going on, man?
Hey, bud.
Love it. My name is Brendan, otherwise known as Coach Co Collectibles. I do a lot of content creation in the collectible space, anything ranging from what's new in the hobby to recent pulls. You name it, I've probably talked about it.
All right. There we go. Snaps. I love that. We'll go down the line here, and then we'll roll back to me.
My name is Josh. I co-host with my buddy Troy, who's out there in the crowd, the Hockey Cards Gong Show podcast, and just known as Josh. So.
That's still a good name. I like it. Short, sweet, to the point. And then how about the tall gentleman in the back right there? The other guy. Yeah.
My name is Jeremy Lee. I host Sports Cards Live. That badass logo right there. And I do live stream interactive interviews Saturday nights from the comfort of my basement, streaming to all your favorite social media platforms. And I'm a lifelong collector. And somebody put on Twitter the other day, why are you in the hobby? And I said, it is the air I breathe.
Don't we all say that? Don't we all say that? Yeah, we got a couple chuckles, at least for me.
I'll retweet that. I'm Jay. Jason is actually my real name, if anybody didn't know that. But you guys probably know me as Mojo Sports. We have a YouTube channel. We're on Instagram, and we travel the country sharing stories, going to card shops, card shows, and I love the hobby.
Very nice. Oh, wow. He got the biggest applause. Look at that. Did you pay? You paid all of them? He said you'll all get a pack after this, so you better hold him to it. He's right there. That's not a bad deal. Do I get a pack after this? Pokemon Halloween. In. All right, anyway, so the idea here is you're all content creators. We're all content creators. And I feel like it's kind of educating what we are doing. Because you know what? I feel like the hobby, it's a changing of the guard, right? You know, you've got the old heads who maybe just come, set up their tables, but then there's this whole new wave, you know, such as yourselves. So I think if you were to try to explain what you guys do to somebody who may not understand content creation in the hobby space, what's a little way that you would try to explain it to them?
Jeez, that is a tough one because I think I'm just coming to terms with the term influencer. Like that was something that people threw around, and that whole thing is really hard to understand. I try to explain it as I'm documenting my day-to-day, my life in this space, and that whole process for others to see, and hopefully share it and impact positively this thing that I care so much about, you know, something that's so special to me. So I would say just trying to put my journey out there for others to see.
That's pretty good.
How you gonna follow that up now?
Well, for me personally, I'm so humbled to have the ability to create content and other people actually care enough to consume it, but also share with their friends and actually get some value from it. And not say that they don't get value from all of your content as well. So, but it's like in me putting as much as I can into my content, I'm also showing people that, at least from my perspective, that you don't really need like a job title almost, you know? Like if you just follow what you're passionate about and you put a great amount of time and energy into that, I mean, essentially, you just kind of create your own space, and that's kind of like what my content did when I started creating it. And so I'm just doubling down on that every day. You know, like I'm just talking about what I think is relevant to myself and other people, and I want to make better content for me, for the people around me, for more people to consume it, and so it just kind of folds over into itself. And yeah, that's pretty much sums up for me anyway.
Josh?
Yeah, I would say for Troy and I, our show is maybe a little bit different. It's very research-based, and the problem that we found for us as hobbyists is there's such a learning curve, and it's a huge learning curve to get into the hobby. And I've often thought that the lack of places to get information is actually a thing that turns people away from it because it causes you to make mistakes. And so we almost look at it very transactionally, our relationship with the audience. If somebody's going to give, like our shows are 2 hours twice a week, so if somebody's going to give us 2 hours of their time, how do we give them 2 hours worth of value to make their collecting experience better and to help them really get more, achieve their hobby goals? I mean, and that's really everything we do is about, I don't want to take up space with any of our content. I don't want to be part of noise or anything like that. I want to give somebody value and actionable information that they can use to enjoy the hobby more.
My content is interviews for the most part, my main show Saturday nights, and I've done 203 of those shows, and I think I've had over 250 unique people between that and another show or two that I've done that have had like 60, 80 episodes each. So I bring guests, I bring industry insiders, I bring other content creators, I bring the passionate collectors, and I really want to share. I want to introduce people to the audience, and I want the audience to see other perspectives of hobbying. I don't necessarily want them to be influenced, but I want them to be inspired. I like to say that my content is driven in my own head by educating, inspiring, entertaining. I opened my first pack of hockey cards 43 years ago, and I've never been out of the hobby. So I feel like there's something in all that history that people can glean from all the thoughts that I say, everything that my guests say, and hopefully they can pick and choose little nuggets here and there, bring them into their own hobby experience, and enhance it that way.
Jay, how about yourself?
Yeah, I'd say we're just sharing experiences, man. Like, we're just having a good time. We're talking about what we love with people that love it so much, just as much as I do, if not more, versus, the people that are in our families that don't even collect anything, that don't understand why the heck we're so obsessed with this. I love that. I love that I can be with people who love this thing and I can share the stories along the way. I never feel like I'm alone on the journey. I feel like I bring everybody with me on the journey, and we happen to film it. And if people can be a part of that, which I think that's what everybody that's the best thing about our sports card community, is you're feeling a part of something that's bigger than you. And that's like there's no price tag on that. When it's like the late night dinners or this content creation or collaborations we get to do with each other or the friendships we make along the way, I think that's the key there. And I don't have an agenda. I just like making content. I don't know. I just enjoy it, man. I love telling stories.
Content, not drama.
That's drama, not content.
I mean, I know last time you were here, you foiled a crime, actually, though. So I don't know if that's your agenda, to be a crime fighter out here.
We do Crime Stoppers once a year if we need to. It's funny because Mikey told me, he's like, that's what made our show go viral. I'm like, you know what? That's awesome.
Absolutely amazing. Now, I look out in the crowd here, and obviously young, old, and I know you guys get recognized and people come up to you and, want to have pictures taken with you or just want to have conversations with you. And I'm sure there's some people come up to you that, I want to do content too. I'd love to do this. I've been thinking about it, but So, what's kind of the advice or the conversation that you guys have with people when they say things like that they want to start themselves?
I think that I would tell them to just start. That was really the answer, was if you want this to be something that you do, start. My content started with an Instagram page, and if you scroll back, you get bored enough for long enough, and you just keep going like this, you'll hit some pictures of cards that are not necessarily very valuable. And that's all there is. It's just pictures of cards that I enjoyed that I kind of wanted to share, and that's where it all started from. And it built up slowly but surely. I would also tell people to be patient and kind of believe in the process. It takes time, and I think it takes a lot of consistency and commitment. But if this is something that you want, if you're doing it all the time and you can keep that up and get those repetitions in and just let that compound on itself, that's how it happens. It doesn't happen overnight, but it is definitely very possible for anybody that commits to it. That's what I would say. So, show your passion through it and let that come through, and it builds on itself.
Yeah, to Kyle's point, you have to start, and the best way to start is by not overthinking it. You just have to go with what feels natural to you, and maybe it's what you're comfortable doing at first. And truthfully, when you first start, most things will be uncomfortable. So find one thing that is a little bit less uncomfortable, and lean on that thing, and then you might gain a little bit more confidence, and you branch out into something else, and you see how that feels. Don't necessarily go based on how people react to the content, because, there's always going to be people that like and dislike what you feel like doing, right? So it really comes down to what do you enjoy doing, what do you enjoy talking about, and if you know those two things, you just keep getting better at talking about those things, at telling stories, like Jay says. You understand what people want and what they don't want. It really just comes down to find what you're passionate about and talk about it all the damn time.
Really good advice. And I guess if I could add anything to that, I would say be authentic. You have to be yourself. We all look up to other content providers, but if I tried to be like Coach Co, it wouldn't work, right? You got to
grow a mustache first.
You have to grow a mustache first. But it's authenticity is something that the audience can see through. If you're inauthentic, they'll see through that right away. And so I just think you got to be yourself.
I can't add anything. You guys have said all the key pieces. Just start. Don't worry, you're not going to be perfect the first time. Continuously try to improve. So that's to Kyle. Co said this pretty much similar things. Pick something that works for you. Stick to it. Go with it. Don't worry so much about the reaction. And the most important thing, I think, was be authentic. Be your authentic self. The audience, I'm repeating you, Josh, but they will see through you. So
you normally do.
If you're going to create content, be authentic. Don't worry about trying to be different than everybody else. There's going to be overlap. That's okay. And be consistent. Consistency is extremely important because your audience comes to count on it, and then you remain sort of in the game and in the right mindset. That's it from me. Over to you.
Your first video is going to suck. Your engagement's going to suck. And you have to be okay with that. You got to be okay with the uncomfortable. If you're scared to make content, you got to step in and just do it. And like these guys said, consistency. But there was times when I made content where I was worried about the results, and you can't be in the results business. You just got to make content. And if you're not having fun, you got to take a little break and restart. But for the most part, acknowledge that all of us have had 0 likes, 0 followers. We've had videos bomb. I've made videos where I thought we killed it. I had JD film for 12 hours, and the video gets nothing. And I'm like, what the hell? But you live and learn. You can't expect, it's progress, not perfection. That's the key.
Couldn't agree more, because that's every post I have right now. It sucks, but I digress. My man. But I think that's a great point that you guys brought up about, tripping up a little bit in the beginning, but realize you just got to keep going. So I guess on a lighter note, is there anything you guys remember that kind of sticks out from the early days, kind of flubs in the content or anything like that just still makes you laugh when you look back on it? And people who have that problem where they're like, oh, I'm messing up, I want to stop, that you can kind of share.
Yeah, again, if anybody gets bored enough, you just got to just go like this for a little bit, and you'll get to some real good stuff on mine. If I had to pin it, it would be the TikToks, where I was actually trying to correlate what I was doing with the hobby and my day-to-day to TikTok trends. No, I didn't dance. Actually, I might have a TikTok where I'm dancing, but
We gotta find that.
It wasn't for a trend. It wasn't for a trend though. That was just all me and getting in the hips, but that's different. It was like some ridiculous voiceovers and stuff that I was relating to the hobby. And listen, they're funny, but I definitely look at them, and if it were today, probably wouldn't do them, but they help get me here. So definitely some cringeworthy stuff, and you just gotta laugh at yourself a little bit with yourself, and trust the process.
And before you start, you were talking right before. You're the superhero with the green screen, so I would imagine that's
Yes.
what he self-proclaimed. Self-proclaimed.
No, you're right. I mean, at one point I didn't have a green screen. At one point I did have a mustache. So I mean, if you scroll back far enough, there's no mustache, there's no green screen. There's just kind of someone talking, and there's no hook. There's nothing. It's just information. So I guess it's just funny to look at how things transition when you put in and you're actually paying attention to so many different things, and now those are all automatic. Like, I mean, things like hooks, things like, at least for my type of content, it's just night and day.
Yeah. Josh?
It really, for us, it comes into our name. Part of the reason why Troy and I picked Gong Show was so we had a license not to be perfect. And that's really a theme in our show. And the advice I would give anyone around that is to own your imperfections. So, and that's actually in our process of doing our content, our audience has really resonated with. So there's a couple things that we're really known for. Troy, probably in our first 10 episodes, we did our picks for the Norris candidates. And Troy nominated Nikita Kucherov for the Norris, and that was 100 episodes ago, and we still hear that almost every day. And then if anyone's ever listened to our show and heard us pronounce any French name, it's brutal, and we suck really bad at it. But actually, because we own it, I think it becomes something that our audience embraces with us, and we just say, "Hey, we're not perfect. What can we do?"
I hear you.
My content is a bit unique from the rest of these guys because I exclusively do live streams. I don't do any post-production editing, so I get one take. And if I say something, I have to think on the spot. So if I say something and then I'm going to bed later that night, I think, wow, that didn't make any sense. Oh my God, so you have to be comfortable being wrong at the odd time. And also, if you do live streams, you have to make sure you're not muted when you're talking, because otherwise you can go. I once went for like 5 minutes without realizing that I was on mute, and then I looked at the comments coming, like, we can't hear you. I'm like, oh my God. So I learned my lesson, but that's what I'll leave it with.
Man, I remember I was 15. I was filming on a Timeless Treasures 2010-11 basketball box, John Wall in the front. I used to put this camera on top of this thing. I'd come home from football practice. I'd open my mail. I'd go get autographs. Oh my gosh, like I can envision my first videos on YouTube, man. It's like, and I look back and it's like my parents never allowed me to show my face, which is ironic, but they were like, oh, we don't want anything bad, blah, blah, blah. And I look back and it's like I never showed my face back then, but I always remember the ritual. I'd go in, plop it up, open my mail, buying like Jeremy Lin, LeBron James, like all those guys. Oh my gosh, prospects in baseball. But I just look back at those times and it's like, I try to just like bring myself back to those times at like 29 years old and think, what was the 15-year-old? Like, what would I be thinking? And that's why all these kids that come in, they want to meet me and stuff. I think like I can have a positive impact. Like, I can't really think of anything to laugh at and be like, oh my gosh, what a doofus. I think, man, like I have some good assets and experience to share with a lot of kids. Like I tell a lot of kids right now, like focus on sports while you can, because like after high school, I couldn't play anymore. So, and then like collecting in cards is always going to be there, but have it because it was a healthy outlet for me. It probably kept me out of trouble. And it's just cool, man. I like that I document it.
Very nice. Yeah, I agree. Because after high school, you just beer league softball. That's about all I got to my name right now. So, bowling. I bowl too. I'll tell you after. So Jeremy and Josh podcast. You guys doing. I know you do a lot with your deals that you do. You do a lot with your deals. You do a lot of just informational things, keeping people up on what's going on in the hobby. So we've kind of done all that stuff, and what do you guys think that we can do in the next couple of years to not kind of go stagnant and kind of just continue to level up in terms of the content that we put out to the collectors?
I think it's important to stay innovating and to keep getting creative. We've been creative for a long time. I think it builds upon itself, but to really get outside the box. Like for me personally, I've been fortunate to get to be lately around big name athletes. And I think for the hobby, connecting the guys we collect and the kids look up to and that people are looking to, determining who they're buying, connecting them to this directly is a huge part of what's going to help it explode. Because to start, that they're marketing themselves and we're going out and buying their cards. So, for me, along those lines, that was something I was focusing on bringing together lately and trying to bring more groups into it. I'm fortunately working with Sports Illustrated now. And working with a group like that, again, tying the worlds together, because I genuinely think that every sports fan is just a collector who doesn't know it yet. And it's a matter of time and marketing it the right way. But I think it's about getting creative and starting to really expand upon this thing, figuring out what it connects to outside of itself.
I mean, to second Kyle's point about innovation, it's like reinvesting in content creation, right? So if we look at even this stage, this event, right? I mean, this is a form of content. People are consuming this. There's three halls now versus the two. The hall 4 is greatly improved. This stage is greatly improved. This setup is greatly improved. If we want to not be stagnant, we have to keep reinvesting and making it better so that there's more people consuming it. I mean, I don't know if you remember last Expo, but there's a lot more people watching us than there were last Expo, right?
100%,
So
100%.
Do you know what I mean? So
Yep.
it's just about continuing to reinvest in that content if we want it to continue to be better. And to his point, in innovating and making it more consumable for everyday people.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to all the new suite of production tools that are coming out, and especially some of the AI stuff that I think is going to allow us to spend more time on the content itself. Some of these tools that are do like your editing for you and stuff like that, and will improve both the production quality of the content we're producing. But for us, it's about how do we maximize every minute of our time to make sure that we have the best information for people, instead of, because there's a lot of, like in anything you do or create in life, there's a lot of little tasks that go along with the content itself. And so I'm just looking forward to more and more tools that make us more efficient in that regard.
I would say don't be afraid to fail. Try new things. So along the innovative line of thinking, if I know what happens to me. I'm going to sleep at night. My mind races, and I'll have this idea. Oh, there's a good theme for a show, and I'll just do it. I'll just do it, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, I don't care. I'm going to move on to the next one. I'm going to keep doing what I kind of do on the regular basis, and to keep going, there's a good chance you're going to come under attack at some point from certain consumers of your content. Don't let it bother you. Ignore it to the best that you can, so that you can keep on forging ahead. Because while you might the people who like what you're doing are a little quieter than the people who don't. So don't get discouraged. Keep on going. Try new things, and be authentic to yourself. Still, that's going to help you grow, and the whole content scene will continue to grow if it has people who are committed to their craft and are, like these guys have said, if you like your own content, you're going to see it grow over time and grow your audience, which will just snowball for you, and hopefully the people that you're friendly with, that you're talking to, that you're brainstorming with and collaborating with as well.
Yeah, I'd say cards have been around since the Civil War, right? Cards have been around since the 50s, the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s junk wax, 2008 recession, COVID collecting. Now we're here. We're in an adjustment. The key element here is it's attraction, not promotion. You could promote and market the hobby all you want, but I think this needs to be an attractive, affordable, fun hobby. And the good thing about our channel is we've been doing that for 3 years. Just showing people what the fun parts of the hobby are and what it means to be a collector. And I've said it on my channel, it's okay to sell, it's okay to be a flipper, investor, or collector, I think deep down what carries the hobby is you got to keep the youth involved, and at the same time, the hobby has to come together. It's strength in numbers, you know. We got to acknowledge that this isn't just us here, or it's not just it's us. You know, I involve anybody that's sitting in the stage can be a part of our content. That's the cool part about it. You can show us a cool card, you can sell me something, you could tell me a fact, a story about your family, something relatable, you know?
Yeah.
I think the athletes are great for the hobby, but I think for whatever it is, I think they can relate to guys like us a lot more just because we're so plugged in and involved. The athletes are great for the hobby, but I think guys like us are kind of the push forward. So it's more relatable.
The athletes are just one of us. That's what I always say, one of us.
Like the athletes are good for the hobby, but the collectors and the hobbyists are better for the hobby. And like you were just alluding to, what triggered in my head is, as content creator, be inclusive, include as many people as you can in what you're doing, because that will be contagious and will grow.
I'll give you an example. This kid comes up to me at the show. He's not here now. It was his first show experience. And he's like, I'm scared to be here. I'm a little intimidated. And instead of saying, oh, don't be intimidated, I described December 2021 or January 2021. I came into Dallas Card Show with a bunch of base rookie slabs, and everybody had exquisite Jordan autos. I'm 27 or 26 years old, and I'm as scared as that 14-year-old. And I told that to him. I was like, dude, you don't have to have the best cards. Just have a good time. Tell people you're new here. And then I gave him a pack of cards, and you just carry that forward. You got to give them it doesn't matter if you're 15 or 55. You got to give people a good experience. If you don't give them a good experience, they're not coming back, plain and simple.
Very well said. The hobby is alive. I agree with that. Retweet.
Can I ask you a question?
You want to ask me a question?
Yeah. I feel like we're just getting hammered over here. It's your turn. Spotlight's on.
Sure.
I would ask to Troy, because you just asked the question about what we're looking to do on our end. And I mean, you're involved as a content creator. What do you think your steps are, or our steps as a community in content creation, the niche within the niche? What are you thinking are things that should come in the near future?
I mean, I definitely like the education point in terms of, I have a hobby account, if you will, right? But I think teaching your friends, your family, what the unknown is, because I think to a lot of what you guys said is the sports fan is probably a collector. They just don't know it. And I think, too, it's in terms of not pushing these people away, helping them out, because I've had plenty of run-ins where someone's like, oh, I have this, and they think it's worth a lot, but really it's just a cereal box from, it's Flutie Flakes. It's a box of Flutie Flakes, right? But I feel like instead of bashing those people, like that's not worth anything, right? Welcome them in. Welcome them in. Explain like, oh, that's cool. Like, have you seen this? Have you seen this? It's a lot about education, and I think what we're doing is a lot of educating. And I go back to the National, and I think about what we saw in Chicago. It just was unbelievable, right? From Atlantic City to where we were in Chicago was just a step. It was a spectacle, right? It wasn't just a card show anymore. It was a spectacle. And I think it's really just about being inviting and having conversations. You know what? Having tough conversations too, because I think a lot of, the hobby is transparency. And I think it's just trying to get the bigger companies to really connect with the smaller guys, right? And really just have those tough conversations that maybe nobody wants to have, but should be had. So, yeah. Oh, thank you. So, no, I appreciate that. Thanks for throwing me a little softball there. I think we got a few more minutes here, but another thing I wanted to ask is I feel like this happens to me a lot, where people are like, oh, well, you just talk about cards and you just open cards for a living. And people don't really realize the execution and the planning that goes into it. So I think that's another education, is talk a little bit, you guys, about what kind of planning goes into, going to shows, the different types of content you want to do, and then, of course, post-production as well.
I think it's case by case basis, but for example, I mean, I'll have shows where I have a videographer with me and the content kind of breeds itself. It's just a camera on me while I'm doing what I would be doing anyway. This show, I couldn't have a videographer on me, so now I got the phone out, and anything I see to get creative with, I have some ideas in mind for some fun things I'm going to try to execute on that I kind of list out. So I think preparation's key in anything. And to keep up with it, you have to have ideas in mind beforehand. Can't rely on everything just coming about. So, preparation, scheduling, just like you'd schedule a doctor's appointment. It's like, this is the time I want to have this ready to go here. Just like anything else, it's just prep.
So I just try to be as consistent as possible with my whole process. So I try to make my content at the same time every day. Like I search for things to make content about the same time every day. Like I just try to automate as much as possible so that I'm more inclined to continue doing so. And then the post-production stuff, it really just comes down to like the more efficient you get with it, just it gets a little bit easier and easier. You end up cranking it out a little bit quicker. I honestly just think automating it has not, and again, it's not automating it, but like making it second nature has made it so much easier for me to create, and that's kind of like part of my process.
Yeah, our process is crazy, and I don't know. I don't know why we do it. I still don't know. I said our show is very research based, so we probably it's either 20 or 25 hours of research per show, and we actually script out a lot of our 2.5 hour episodes. Troy, what was it? Almost 1 million words we've written in 130 episodes now that we've tracked in our outlines.
Wow.
And, so it's about 4 hours a day of writing that we do.
That's a
Jeremy?
lot. Those are some big
a lot of
numbers.
words. Yeah,
Some big
that's-
numbers right
That's
there.
Hall of Fame numbers, in my opinion. Kyle over here says, I don't even know that many words.
So I stick in my lane, and my shows are interview based. So I don't necessarily research my guests before I have them on. I actually get to know them, and that allows for a much better episode where I kind of know what I'm going to ask, but I also leave it open to the chat, to the audience to ask their questions. As I say at the beginning of every episode, your questions and comments are in play, which adds some surprise element for my shows. But my prep is getting to know the guests ahead of time, and I can't speak to the going to a card show. People always ask me, "Are you going to do content at the show?" I'm like, "No, I'm going to leave that to the Mojos and the King of Cards and the Coach Goes, because those guys know what they're doing. They are pros. I would be starting from scratch, and I do so. I don't bother with it.
Yeah.
I research for my own. I get prepared for my show the way I do. I have a process. I'm over 3.5 years in doing it. But kudos to these guys who are doing their podcast in these environments, which are full of activity and full of all the sensory overload coming at you guys from all these different angles, and you stay focused, and you guys are pros. And I just say, please continue doing what you guys are doing.
I hand everybody their lines, and they say what I want them to. No, I'm just kidding.
You got scripts for everybody, just handing out packets.
Greggy, say that thing I told you. No, I'm just kidding. Our one thing I've always loved about our channel is we've really just crafted we turn the camera on, record, and we form the story as it comes. But I will introduce you guys to something new. I have something to show you. So I've been doing this. I met this director. We latched on. I've been talking to him through Instagram. So I've been storyboarding my content a little bit more. These stickmen are you guys kind of thing. And we're in scene 9 and 1 where Ben, Carlos, Iffy, and JD look at me staring weirdly right now. I'm just kidding. They're at my booth. But no, dude, this has helped so much. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I want to do a tour of the show, and I have kind of an idea of what I want to do, because when you're making content, your mind is racing and you lose ideas and you get lost in it. So I come back and I pull this visual out and I stick to the script a little bit more. But obviously, the organic, I challenged you to one-on-one basketball out of nowhere. I didn't know I was going to say that when I saw you. And then you told me you don't play basketball, but it's funny. Right?
I can block. I can block.
I told
Put
you
him in the paint.
I'll sign you to a max contract for the Culture Collision because I can't guard a certain person on the other team.
I'll do that. I went 0 for 10 at the tag grading basketball hoop booth at the Anaheim show shooting.
All right.
I say that not proudly.
All right,
over 10.
never mind. No, I'm just kidding. But
I
yeah,
can block, but like I said, I
last
can
thing I'll
block.
say on that is like the content I've noticed as I've made more. This planning has allowed for better content. I think it's a little bit better for us. But we still allow people say what you want to say. It's a good time. So it's not scripted. It's just more organized.
Sure. Yeah. No, I think that's a fair point. Absolutely. Organization is key. So, gentlemen, the last couple minutes we got here, I figured let's just go around and obviously let people know, where they can get and consume all of your content, where they can follow you, and maybe just a quick what you hope to get out of the weekend here in Toronto.
Yeah, so King of the Cards, and I'm on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, and I just hope to have fun, make deals, and meet as many people within this space as I possibly can. Keep growing the network, and hopefully put some smiles on people's faces. It's amazing seeing how there's no place as welcoming as Canada. I say that if you follow my stuff all the time. I love it here. So I said it this morning, and I'll say it again right now. Sticking to it. So just going to enjoy being with everybody here.
Yeah, so that's Coach Co Collectibles on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, as well as Facebook Reels. Got to plug those Facebook Reels.
Hold on a second. Who knew?
And what am I looking to get out of this weekend? Honestly, I love connecting with each and every one of you guys. Every time someone comes up to me and tells me that they enjoy my content or they hate my content or they like my mustache or they need to shave my mustache, I get something out of it, right? So that interaction, it's kind of what sports is all about and hobby is all about. It's like not everyone likes the same cards, not everyone collects the same stuff.
Yeah.
And, that back and forth that's what I'm here for. I'm here for making friends that agree with things and disagree with things. So,
Very nice. Josh?
Yeah, so Hockey Cards Gong Show on all the podcast apps, YouTube, and then we do a lot of Instagram kind of information on there too. And for us, we're from Minneapolis, and there's no good hockey cards in Minneapolis. So just to soak in, we call this hockey card heaven here at the Expo, and to see cards that we don't get to normally see on a day in and day out basis, and then beyond that, just meet a whole bunch of people that follow our content and listen to our show. That's kind of a treat for us.
Awesome.
My content is on YouTube, and it's called Sports Cards Live. Sports Cards, not card. And you can find me on there. You can find it. What I do is I record the shows every Saturday night, along with some other shows I do. Josh and I do a show every Sunday night as well together, and then I download the audio and I upload it to all the different podcast platforms as well, so you can listen to it there. And I do my shows are long; they're like 90 minutes at least. I recommend listening at like 1.25, even 1.5. I do tend to talk really, really fast, so go ahead and do that. And come see me at booth 733 here at the Expo. You can find me there too. Lots of great cards.
Very
Thank you.
nice. And Jay?
Yeah, Mojo Sports on YouTube, and we're set up actually right behind you guys. Look at those three guys right there. Look at that. Say hi, guys.
Go ahead. Wait, yeah, there you go. I
Yeah,
love the
so-
pageant wave.
Yeah. Like, I know, what the heck is that? So, yeah, we're set up here. We're trying to have a good time. We're going to be recording content. If you see us recording, introduce yourself. Unless you're if you're interrupting something, like I know there's that, but it's not. We don't. I never get mad. Like, be a part of the content. Like, just join us. You want to walk around the show with us? Walk around the show. We're going to be buying a lot tomorrow. So if you guys want to walk around and kind of hang out, latch on, follow us around. We're going to film a bunch of content all weekend.
There we go. Well, gentlemen, I really appreciate you guys being up here with me. Like I said, a bunch of studs. I feel out of place out here. These guys are fantastic. Can we get question?
So, you know how you guys have been saying,
He's loud enough. I don't know. I got him. You guys hear him? Yeah. All right.
you know how you guys been saying, like, a script? So you guys are basically saying, like, you guys are like the NFL, because the NFL has a script.
Exactly like the NFL. Yes, the NFL is scripted. So is hobby content. The hobby is alive. Can we get a round of applause for everybody on the stage, please? Come on. Give them a round of applause. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
gives me the goosebumps, just to be with great people like you. Great people like you, it's a beautiful thing, and thank you, Lord. It's a beautiful thing. But there's a curve once in a while, and there he is right now. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I know you all know who you're here to hear from. Why don't we have a seat?
Yeah, sure.
All right, my name is Sal Berry. I have a podcast called Puck Junk, and I'm honored to get to interview Mr. Bernie Parent. I'm sure most of you know about his career accolades, but in case you need a reminder, 2-time first-team All-Star, 2-time Vezina Trophy winner, 2-time Conn Smythe Trophy winner, and 2-time Stanley Cup champion.
That's not much. It should have been 4 or 5 times. Yeah.
So I'm going to ask some questions, and then I think we'll open it up to the audience because they've been so patient. So I think the first thing I want to ask you just about the convention in general. I know you've gone to a lot of conventions, to sign autographs or to speak to people. Does it surprise you how big conventions have gotten over the years, that people want to save some of these things?
It surprises me. They might have said something different than what I am, No, but you know what? It's always when you win the championship, and I look back at the people we had at the games, watching the games the whole bit. It's just, what? There's nothing but being grateful of what happened in their career, with ups and downs, of course. But the beautiful, beautiful years when we won the Stanley Cup and the whole bit, it was just incredible.
Okay, so another thing I want to ask you, really curious about this. You broke into the NHL when it was still the original 6 teams. Mm-hmm. But then by the time you retired, there were 18 teams in the league. What was the biggest change during that time?
You know what? I started with Boston in 1965, and I played 2 years with Boston, and then the expansion came, 6 more teams, and Philadelphia was one of them. And I got drafted by Philadelphia, and it was just, I think it was great, and so great. It was great because it gave so many players like me, a lot of other players, a chance to really go out and perform and do the thing that you love in life. Yeah.
Now, you also got to play with your hero, Jacques Plante. What was that like? Because many people don't get to play with their hero.
Well, you know what? This came after I got traded from the Flyers to Toronto, okay? And I was disappointed, right? And I'm driving to Toronto, and I'm saying, what happened, what's going to happen, or whatever. Didn't realize that I was going to spend 2 years with Jacques Plante, okay? And I'm sure you're aware of Jacques Plante, right? And you know what? And as a matter of fact, his sister in Montreal lived next door to us. And I would watch him every year, would come down once during the summer to visit his sister. Think about this. A big convertible car. He had the cowboy hat on. He'd get out of his car with the cigar, walk like a champion, which he was, to go visit the sister. It was a beautiful thing. But for me, what happened with me is I watched him play, at the beginning the first year, and he played more games than I did, of course. And then finally I asked him, I said, Jacques, I said, can you teach me? Can you help me? He said, of course. And then that's when I became a different goalie. What a great individual he was, yeah.
Now, another thing that I found interesting about your career, and I didn't know this before, is that you were actually the first NHL player to sign with the World Hockey Association team when that league just started. What do you remember about that?
Well, when you look at that situation, I shared this with people. I'm glad you asked a question here, because you know what? I could have stayed with the National Hockey League, but you got to take chances in life, you know? And the World Hockey League called me and asked me if I would like to join them. And, you know, you had National Hockey League, of course. Then I said, why not? If it doesn't work out, I'll come back, National Hockey League. And halfway through the first season, it didn't work out. We played in front of 500 people, and it wasn't the same. So I came back, and think about this now. And when I came back, at the end of the season, that's when Toronto traded me back to the Flyers, and we won 2 Stanley Cups. So if I would have played safe, I would have never been back in Philly to help the team, you know, to be part of a beautiful team that won 2 Stanley Cups. So I always share this with people, that in life you got to take a chance. You take a chance, but also nobody's successful by themselves. Okay. You know, you learn this in sports. You have to be part of a team, a good team, if you want to succeed in life. You know, it's very important. And the fact that they ended up with the Flyers with a great team, then we ended up and we won 2 Stanley Cups.
Okay, so we got to wrap it up. Why don't we open it up to questions? If anybody has a question they'd like answered, a burning question. If not, I can think of 5 or 6 more. Well, then I'll ask you this. Maybe was there an opponent that you did not like facing?
Yeah, the one, which is a good friend of mine, by the way, was Bobby Hull. And the reason for is because Bobby Hull used to shoot the puck at 110, 115 miles an hour. Okay? And I don't care if you had a mask or not, 115 miles an hour, that's fast, man. And it would come across the blue line. Never forget this. Big shoulders, you know, curved blade, big smile on his face. I'm looking at him and said, please, Lord, let him score so he would miss me. But he's good, and a great individual. He was a good friend, yeah.
Well, that sounds like a mic drop to me, so I guess we'll wrap it up here. Thank you for talking with us today. We appreciate your time.
Well, thank you, guys. And you know what? This is a great game, a beautiful game. And, of course, the style has changed quite a bit, you know, from when we played. And just one more thing briefly I want to share is you look at the goalies now, and I want to talk about the goalies quickly here. The equipment they have is so stiff. You know, the pads, you know, they can't turn their feet. This is why they drop to their knees all the time. Well, guess what? When you drop to your knees, you can challenge the shooters. You know, and I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy about this. Although they're great goalies, but the equipment interferes lots of time about what they want to do. Yes. What do you say?
Why do NHL goalies always go down?
Well, because of the pads they're wearing, they're only this thick. But if you have a close look at them, they're real stiff. And because they're so stiff, they can't move their foot sideways. So if there's a shot, as soon as somebody takes a shot, if it's a shot on the ice, unless you drop to your knees and you spread your feet, you won't be able to make the save. So what I'm saying here is a thing about the philosophy behind this. You drop to your knees to cover as much room as you can with the net, right? Now, if the play changes directions, then you have a problem because you're on your knees. And you see goalies pushing themselves back and forth on their knees all the time. And when you do this, you can challenge a shooter because you're on your knees. Very, very difficult. And for me, watching the game and see the way they play at times, you know, it's just unbelievable what they do. Yeah, very good. But anyway, I just want to share something with you quickly, very quickly here. I remember when I played, you know, people threw stuff at me on the ice when I had bad games. And sadly to see, I recognize a few people here tonight. Anyway, thank you, guys. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Brian McFarland. If you have a long memory, well, most of you do, that's going back. It's been 1990 since I did my last game on Hockey Night in Canada. And along the way, I've met some wonderful people, as you can imagine. And one of the best I ever met in my life, on or off the ice, was our special guest, Tiger Williams. So give him a good Toronto applause. Next to him is Paul Patsku, who's a famous historian and a film collector. Any of those videos you see about hockey, you can imagine Paul is behind it. So let's get right into it, Tiger. The first interview I think I ever did with Tiger, he gave me those famous words, "Them penguins is done like dinner." Do you remember that phrase, or have you read it? Do you remember it, Tiger?
Oh, I remember it very well.
It was in Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah, it was in Pittsburgh. That was when we had to play the best out of three, and we lost the first game, and we're coming back to Toronto, and I made that statement to you, and then we won the next two games and put them out. Went on to play Philly, I think, the next round.
Well, those were great years for the Leafs with goalies like Perrant, who was just here, and Paul Matier, and Darryl Sittler, Lanny McDonald. I got to ask Tiger right off the bat to say a few words about Boreas Salming, who 1 year ago was here in Toronto to visit with Tiger and Darryl and a lot of other, he had 1 million friends, but Tiger, your thoughts about Boria?
Well, Gerald and I and a few other guys, we went over there for his funeral in February, and it was an unbelievable event. What really impressed me was Zetterberg, Forsberg, Nick, Lidstrom, all the top Swedish guys were all there. And Paul, they were so first class, it was unbelievable. It was unbelievable how first class those guys were.
Yes. Yeah, well, the Swedish guys are like that, but Borja was a step ahead of all of them, I felt, with coming over here with Inga Hammerstrom and having to fight his way through the negative comments about European players, the fact he was playing over there in Sweden, and I'm sure the first few practices they probably tested his mettle, you might say. Did you ever test him on the ice, or did you accept him right away?
Oh, well, absolutely. You'd have to be really stupid to test your own teammate as quality of player as Boreas Salming, who made us all better. He made us all better. I'll tell you how he made us all better. Not only on the ice, but his conditioning off the ice and the way how to train, the way the Swedes were, they were light years ahead of us boneheads in Canada of training professional athletes, and so that really helped the whole game, helped the whole league. Yes, it was hard on Borja and Ingi Hammerstrom being the first two guys, but if you look at what goes around this league today, it was those guys and their training off ice and on ice stuff, and I've been over to Sweden a few times with Borja, and a lot of their kids, like, let's say, and it doesn't matter if they're 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, when they go out on the ice, they don't go out like we do. We do the same shit every time we go on the ice. We go out there with hockey pucks, and we do the same drills that Johnny Bauer did with Gordie Howe in 1936. In Sweden, they go on the ice, no sticks, and a soccer ball. And you play the game of hockey with a friggin' soccer ball. So you get good with your feet. You get good with, and just all those things have really benefited us over in this part of the world. It was brought by those guys. And they're still doing stuff that we get so stuck in our ways over here, and we got to quit doing that, and we got to learn from the Europeans, because obviously this league now doesn't want anybody to get hurt, and they don't want anybody to get hit, and they're hoping that the women's team will now we'll have 30 professional women's team, and the men won't even play because they don't even want to hit the man. You know, so it's the game today. I don't know about you, Brian, but when you were around, I think the game's pretty boring right now.
I do too, and I'm glad to hear you say that. I sit at home at 92 years of age, and I watch the Leafs, and I say, I have to focus on this game to get any enjoyment out of it. I think the Leafs have a soft underbelly. I don't think the core four is going to do anything in the playoffs again this year, but I hope they do. But the supporting cast isn't strong enough, and they were raving about their goaltenders 2 weeks ago, and Calder Trophy for one, and steady income for the other, and I don't think they've played very well the last week or so, if you ask my opinion. Paul, let's get you in here.
I think they need a Tiger Williams in their team.
Oh, yes, Tiger. I don't think he'd play with those guys today. Maybe.
Well, I don't know what happens in the dressing room. None of us do because we're not in there. But the difference was, and some of these fellows will be around at this show this weekend, but like as a rookie playing with Keon and Allman, Shaq, Ellis, you better do what you're supposed to do. Otherwise, they were not very nice to you in the dressing room, on the bus, on the plane, or even on the ice. And they could screw you up really bad. And most people don't understand this, but if you pissed off the old guys, then they didn't want you around. How did they get rid of you? They passed the puck 10 feet in front of you, 10 feet behind you, or in your skates. You look like a moron, and you're gone. So I don't think they do that pressure on their teammates in today's game. They're too busy counting their money. They don't have time to put pressure on each other to be the best you can be. And that crest in front of your sweater, are you willing to die for it? That's what you're getting paid for. You're getting paid that you don't embarrass that crest. And get out there and get it done, or go play ping pong with your sister.
Yeah, well, talking about lessons and teaching them where they belong, Carl Brewer learned that when he tried to make a comeback with the Leafs. They wouldn't pass the puck to him, and he soon got the message.
Well, that was too bad because I was here then. When Carl, I liked Carl as a person, but that whole thing was because Punch Imlach, the players thought that he was the spy for Punch. That's what the conspiracy theory was. And being a defenseman in Turnbull, Carl got seriously hurt one time because they were racing. Turnbull and him were racing, and they bet who could, and Carl could still fly. He was a phenomenal skater. And as he was going around the net, Ian grabbed the net and swung it. And of course, Carl didn't know this was going on, and his bald head hit the post going mock check, and then there was blood from here to you guys. I mean, it was 10 feet round, and then Carl had, I think, 32 stitches in his melon, and he never played after that. But that's what happened there. The players thought, again, as a young guy at that time, that's not my job. The older guys, even the guys that Carl played with before, thought he was there to spy on us because of Imlach, and everybody knows it. And Punch was my dog's smarter than Punch. But
yeah, Punch did say if he had done that to Tim Horton, Turnbull wouldn't be alive today.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
But you know what was funny? When Carl went down and he was bleeding, your teammate, not one guy went over and helped him, and I was skating over, and Dan Maloney grabbed me by the back of my sweater and pulled me back, and he said, "You go near him, I'll kill you." I stood still.
Even Ronnie Ellis, and he played with him.
Not one guy went over to help the poor bastard. It was kind of sad, but that's one thing about in the hockey business. If you're not buy in with the group, it doesn't matter who the coach is. It doesn't matter who the GM is. If you're not together, thinking together and marching in a line, then the guys don't care about you. You're done. You might as well quit and go home.
You were never going to get that under Imlach.
Never. Because he wanted to he wanted to get rid of Daryl. He wanted to get rid of Lanny. Daryl had the no trade, so Lanny didn't. So that's why they traded Lanny. You know? And Lanny's won a Stanley Cup. We haven't won shit in this town since they got rid of Lanny. So that goes to show you how smart that move was. And then the next guy to go was me. Because I was, the Sittlers, Williamses, and the McDonald's and our wives, and we still are for 50 years, we see each other all the time. We go to Florida together. We do all sorts of crap together. So we're still tight, the three of us. But that was too bad that happened. But stuff, and that was unfortunate because for a lot of you people, our owner, Mr. Ballard, I love the man.
I know you did.
He was best owner. I had lots of owners. I got traded lots of times, but Mr. Ballard was fantastic to me. He treated me like I was his lost grandson. He bought shit for me that none of the other, I never bought a car. The other players would go and buy a car. What the hell I buy a car? Mr. Ballard, give me one. The next year, give me another one. The next year, give me another one. So he was just so good to me. And I think the reason for that was he knew I was willing to die for that crest. That's all he asked of you. Are you willing to bleed to death over that crest? And if you are, he'd look after you. If he didn't think you were willing to bleed for that crest, he was not a pretty man to be around.
No, I found that out personally.
Yeah, Brian knows him.
When Daryl didn't show up for a game in Minnesota one night, I defended his right to be ill and stay home with friends and family on his doctor's orders, and said so on the telecast, something like, why don't they treat Daryl like they treat Bobby Clark in Philadelphia? That was the last word I guess I uttered on that telecast, because I found out during the game that he had heard about this or seen it, and he said, that guy will never get in my building again. And I guess I never did, but I got to do 4 years in Winnipeg. That was okay. And Montreal for 4 years. That was okay. I'm glad you defended Ballard, because he needs defenders. He doesn't have very many in this building tonight, I'm sure. But
well, you can only, my theory on this in life is you're good to me, I'm good to you.
Right.
He was really, really good to me. And,
He liked Boria too, right?
Oh, he loved Boria. He loved Boria. The funniest thing about Mr. Ballard, like when you wanted to go see him, you had to get an appointment. So you'd have to call his secretary, Patty, and ask him if he was receiving. And if you went up to his offices, you had to be dressed appropriately. If you didn't have a tie on, that was a $100 fine. If you had brown shoes on, that was a $100 fine. And you had to have a sports coat and a tie, and he'd fine you. He hated people with brown shoes, eh? So if you had brown shoes, he says, you want to look like a rancher to your cows, shit all over your boots, he says. But anyway, so Daryl was our captain. I'll tell you, I got to get going to do what I'm supposed to be doing over here, but Daryl was our captain, and at All-Star break, we went up north fishing, ice fishing. And the whole guys there. Well, you can imagine us guys, we all get together, we go up there in a bus, and I don't think we were caring too much about the fishing. It was more about the Molson's Canadian that seemed to be really important that day. So we drank all the beer, and we wrecked this, and we wrecked that, and we rolled Bombardiers and, all sorts of shit. It was a bit of a gong show. Anyway, Daryl says to me, he goes, Tiger, get in there and pay the bill. So I go in there, and fella owned the joint. I said, okay, sir, what do we owe you? He said, wow, you guys broke this and broke this. I said, add it up. Tell me what it is. He said, well, I don't have time to add it up. I got to go out there in the dark and see how much shit you guys really wrecked. And I said, well, whatever, add it up and give us the bill. I said, I'll drive right after practice tomorrow and fill Phil, and pay him. You know, do you want cash? How do you want it? Well, I'll call you in the morning. So I give him my number. Anyway, the phone rings early in the morning. It's Daryl. And he says, Tiger, we're in trouble. Every time when we in trouble, he would call me to get us out of trouble. I said, well, what's the problem? He said, well, that guy at the fishing lodge called the Globe and Mail, and they're going to do a big article about this. He says, I don't need this shit in my life as the captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs. He says, you got to go see Mr. Bellard. I said, why me? He said, because he'll listen to you. So, get the suit on, make sure I don't have brown shoes, make sure my tie, and by the way, you know how to tie a double Windsor? That was a $100 fine too. Most guys can tie a single Windsor, but they can't tie a double Windsor. So I go up, I'm dressed appropriately. I ask him if he was receiving. I go up there, walk in, and Mr. Beller's desk was these two squares. It was the biggest desk I've ever seen in my life. And he was a big man. Anyway, I walk in and he says, stubble jumper. That's what he called me. Stubble jumper. What's the problem now? And I said, what? He says, how was the fishing trip? I thought it was unbelievable. He says, did my boys have fun? I said, oh yeah, we had fun. I said, that's why I'm here to talk to you. We had a little too much fun. He said, well, what do you do? We said, well, we wrecked this, we wrecked this, we wrecked this, and this guy's going to call the Globe and Mail and do this big article. He goes, really? I said, yeah, really. He says, Tiger, you had your morning shit yet? I said, no, sir. He says, you went out of the dressing room and shit in a bag and sent it to that bastard. I'll look after this.
Oh, dear. I can remember on Long Island when you told me you were traded. And what's the story? Jerry Butler was with you in the deal, and you got back to Toronto. You took another flight. You got over Winnipeg, and Butler said, I hope you got this right, Tiger. Nobody's told me yet. I've been traded.
Yeah, nobody did. Yeah, he thought I was pulling another prank on him, but no, we got traded. Anyway.
How you doing today, Tiger?
Oh, well, I'm doing great.
What are you up to?
I'm still 5'10" and a quarter. No, I don't. I mean, I live out in Saskatchewan most of the time. I fish all the time. I was hunting moose with another hockey player. I played with an LA Dean Kennedy last week. I'm with my grandkids. I got one playing hockey in Prince George. I'm driving them around the country in the springtime when they're playing their playoffs. So, yeah, I'm busy doing that stuff. But as far as a job, I've never had a job.
Yeah.
The last time I had a job was when I was halfway through grade 12 and grade 6. Was the only time because hockey is not a job. It's a great any pro sports. It's an incredible lifestyle, and you just got to be smart enough to save what you make. And but after the game, I haven't did much, and
That's why you told the guys, play as long as you can.
Absolutely, play as long as you can because. It's not easy when you're. None of us want to talk about this, but we should be talking about it to be good for everybody. But when you're out of the game in your first year or two, you're not very happy in between the years. I would say all of us have some kind of a depression of some sort. I don't think many guys will admit to it. I know I had it. And actually, I had it bad for about a month or two, and it was Guy Lafleur that got me out of that. And Flower called me up and asked me if I wanted to go play with the Montreal Canadiens old-timers team. And he said, you'll be the only guy that's never played for the Canadiens. And I said, well, that was a big honor for me as far as I was concerned. So I played with Flower in that group for 10 years, and that kind of got my. You got to slowly get out when you want. The problem being a player, especially a pro player, you don't get to make any decisions. None. You know, you got your coach telling you you're going to play left, you know, or right, or whatever. You got your general manager to tell you what you're going to make. You got somebody to tell you what time you're going to have your meal, what time the flight goes. So I didn't want to. That's why I didn't want to stay in the game. I want to do my own thing.
Yeah, you were always bent that way. You always had something going. You brought a briefcase on your road trips.
Well, I was lucky, though, Brian, because Mr. Ballard's chief financial officer, Mr. Crump, lined me up with the right brokers and the right law firms and the right accounting firms. So I had the big dogs, Deloitte and McCarthy Tetro here in Toronto, right, as a young man, a 20-year-old. And I had my own broker at 20 years old, and they looked after my stuff, and they did very, very well for Brenda and I. And so I remember the guys used to laugh at me. Why would we be paying a big firm like that to do your income tax? 'Cause I want it done right, you know. So I was lucky. But if Mr. Crump wouldn't have bought into me, I probably wouldn't be sitting here today.
Yeah, lasting image of you is at the closing of the Maple Leaf Gardens, they focused on you and you were misty-eyed. Does that tell you something about what you thought about being as a Maple Leaf?
Yeah, that was a tough day.
Yeah?
You know, when you're young and you come and you get to play,
Well,
it's a big deal.
It was tough to be traded, but when you came back with all your teammates, that must have hit you hard. Yeah.
Well, getting traded is not a bad thing, Paul, just for this reason. You make more money. That's a big thing in it. I mean, the other team that takes you or wants you, they want to make you happy, so they give you more money. It's a good thing. So getting traded is not a bad deal. You know, I got traded 5 times, and each time they give me way more money. It made no sense. But there's a lot of people in that business. Pro sports doesn't make a lot of sense, like business sense. If you haven't figured that out yet, you should. They make some. I mean, how many stupid decisions some of these teams make? It just talk about hockey is incredible, you know. But they do. You know, they hire the wrong guys. They keep the wrong guy for too long. But anyway.
You would have made a great general manager. I'm not sure about the coach.
No, I would have been a good coach. I mean, I can't see myself going up and saying, "Oh, Johnny, could you play a little harder for me? Please, Johnny, I'll call your mother."
Tiger, you have to go somewhere.
I got to go sign.
Okay.
Thank you,
Tiger. How about
Thank you, Brian.
We'll see
Thanks,
you, pal.
Paul.
Thanks for talking to you soon, okay?
See you, buddy. See you,
Hope
bud.
we see you soon again, pal.
Yeah. Be a good boy.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Here, you're going to have 2 of them.
A little story. Tiger mentioned his son Ben. I can remember when Ben was born. I don't know what he is now, but I came into the gardens and Tiger was celebrating his son's birth. And I said, "How's he doing, Tiger?" He said, "Ben?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, Greg Hubik was just traded to the Leafs and his wife just had a baby. And I know my son Ben can beat the shit out of Hubik's kid." I always thought that was a funny line he gave.
Yeah. By the way, there's a 6-part film on Borja Salming that's going to be coming. Not a film, it's actually with actors and everybody. And somebody's going to be playing Tiger and somebody's playing Salming. And it's going to be something you need to watch, his whole story. Unfortunately, he's not going to be around to see it, but he was around at the beginning. And it'll be in late November, I think, when it'll be airing in Canada.
Are we expecting another guest, Paul? Or
Well, Les Binkley, I don't know where he went, but we can, I'm sure you can carry it, Brian.
Oh, sure, we can take some questions. I can't hear very well, but Paul's here. Anybody?
I can't see very well, so we're okay.
Together we'll get through it.
Any questions for Brian?
Well, I I have some observations in my old age about hockey night. I was there for 25 years. When I broke in, Ward Cornell was the host of the show. Does anybody remember that down here? Yeah, and Bill and Foster were in the gondola. And Dave Hodge came along after Ward. But Hodge one night got upset with the network, and Paul, you can remember the game where he threw the pencil in the air?
That's
it was
right.
going to go into overtime, right?
Yeah, back then they would flip to another, the Montreal game, actually. And they decided not to go to the overtime. And Dave Hodge said, well, that's the way they do things here. The CBC flipped his pencil, and that was it for his career with the CBC. And
I was in Montreal that night, and I didn't see the pencil flip.
No?
I turned away or something, and then they said, oh, Dave Hodge just threw a pencil in the air in disgust, and he might be in trouble now. And it turned out he was. Looking back, it seems like such a minor reason for disposing of your host on Hockey Night in Canada, but there were a lot of executives in charge of things back then, as there are today, and they decided that Hodge had to go. And so he had to leave us, and that was a big departure, but that opened the door for Ron McLean, who was a weatherman out in Red Deer. Yeah. We'd never heard of Ron McLean, and I guess only the people that saw his audition tape saw it and decided he might be a future Dave Hodge. Well, the first time he went on with Cherry, he started to cry. A little tear fell down. And I guess he was not facing the camera, but Cherry, I don't know how he reacted to it, but I think he said, what do we got here, a crybaby? Or
yeah. How about the time when you were banned from Maple Leaf Gardens and you're outside, this is December, whenever, when it's cold and snowy, and you try and do the pre-game out there, and somebody walks by and says, that's McFarland, he's banned from the Gardens, and he's going to be pretty cold out here by the end of the game or whatever, something like that.
That was when I was banned by Ballard from the Gardens itself, so I did the opening of the show from under the marquee outside the Gardens, and that's when the guy came along and said, he's going to get friggin' freezing to death out here in February if he's going to be out here for the show. Anyway, those were the kind of... Oh, there was a guy that early in my career I was coming down to do the 3 stars. I had this kind of a jacket on. This is about the 25th jacket I've had. It's 50 years old, this jacket at least.
Still fits, too.
I was coming down through the crowd, and there was a whistle, and the play stopped, and a guy yelled out at me from nearby, McFarland, you're the reason I come to the games. I can't stand listening to you at home. I gave him a wave, and I've used that line quite often.
It was a good
speaking
good
over
line.
the years. Oh, then Gary Dornhofer joined us, and we had to do our thing with Gary in the gondola and the ramp that leads right over the crowd toward the gondola, and it wasn't scary or anything, but we were up there, and Gary's he's new to all of this. And down below me, the crowd is saying, jump, McFarland, jump. Well, Gary was upset, and afterwards he said, that's not the way that you should be treated. They're telling you to jump, for heaven's sakes. A week later, we're out on the same ramp in the same situation, and now they're yelling, Dornhofer, jump, Dornhofer. He said, me? Yes, you're included too. So we were all had to be on edge.
Yeah, we've only got a minute left, so wish we could continue on for another half hour, but I think they need the stage.
This is my wife, Joan. She's 90 years old. Would you believe that? She had her 90th birthday just last month, and you were saying...
Someone asked who your favorite player was. Your favorite player.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Oh, okay. I've often been asked who my favorite player was, and I deflected a little bit by saying, well, I'd rather say my favorite person in hockey would be Jean Beliveau. And Toronto fans would say, well, I was hoping you'd say Keon or Bauer or Horton. Well, to me, Beliveau has all the attributes of a great ambassador. He was such a classy guy. And of course, it stemmed from my junior hockey days when I played with a little rinky-dink team named the Inkerman Rockets in the Ottawa Valley. And this man, you remember Inkerman? I didn't even know where it was on the map when I started to play with them. A town of 100 people, get this folks, with a junior A hockey franchise and no rink, no players, but they had a GM or a president or a coach, he was all of those things, Lloyd Laporte, who got $48 together one night and went into Ottawa, and he bought some sweaters that had been left there from a team the year before, and they had all red and white and rockets on the front. And so he bought the sweaters for $48, and he named his team the Inkerman Rockets, and he came into Ottawa, and he recruited me, and he recruited a kid from Prescott named Leo Boyven. And Boyven went on to a Hall of Fame career, which started with Inkerman, and I went out there and lived over the barber shop with my friend Levy, and we had a marvelous 2 years. And we would play tough intermediate teams because we had no league to play in the first year, and that toughened us up, but we get a bye into the playoffs in Ottawa against the junior champs. And by then, in the spring, we'd been defending ourselves against guys 30 years old and bearded and rough and tough, and we could outskate them all. So we won most of our games. And then we would beat the Ottawa champs, and that gave us a chance to play up in Northern Ontario, and we'd go up there and we beat the Northern Ontario champs. And that gave us a berth into the Maritimes, where we went down and beat the Halifax St. Mary's with a kid named John Brophy on defense. And he went by our bench one day and took a swipe at my head, and I said, who's that guy? That's a rough guy named Brophy. And I stupidly tried to jump over the boards and go after him, but one of my teammates caught me by the wrist as I went over, and I took a tumble on my face right in front of our bench, and I got a 10-minute misconduct penalty. Oh, these are memories that are flooding back, but we knocked them off. And then we went off to play the Quebec Citadels. And lo and behold, who gets the measles in the middle of our playoffs but me? I've got to go to bed for a week. And I got out Saturday morning in my bed, and the doctor said, you can play today. And the coach said, you can play, and you're going to be checking Beliveau. Well, my legs were still a little rubbery, but when I hit him the first time to knock him down, he just waved me aside and sent me flying. And then he took a shot from center ice that our goalie hasn't seen yet. It just went by him in a blur. And, no masks in those days or anything else to protect your head. It would have killed him, I think, if it had hit him. So they beat us badly and made us go back to Inkerman, realizing we weren't ready yet to win the Memorial Cup.
Yeah,
those are a few memories.
Beliveau convinced you to go into broadcasting. Beliveau, he convinced you to go into broadcasting because when you played against him, you're not going to be able to compete with guys like that. So,
there's so many good memories coming back.
Yeah. Anyways, I think we have to wrap it up. You have to wrap it up.
Okay.
Yeah. And thanks for coming. And wasn't that great with Brian and Tiger? That was fantastic, isn't it?
Tiger was one of my favorite guys to interview at any time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your patience. Glad to be joined here by the Triple Crown line.
Yes, how are you?
Okay, so, just want to see. Oh, you're not sitting in the order of your pictures on the trading card. It might confuse the audience.
Marcel's always in the middle.
Yeah, so it seems appropriate. So, thank you for joining us today. I would like to ask a question. Okay, there we go. Everyone's got a microphone now.
Now we're in business.
Now we're in business. Great. So, you guys were awesome together for what, 5.5 years? What made your line so awesome?
Marcel.
Well, you get to form a line. Usually, it starts with a center. Okay? So, center. Every great line in the history of hockey, it's a center. Then you got to have wingers, because the center usually controls the play, just like a football, the quarterback. Then I was very fortunate to meet this young guy at training camp from college, Clarkson University. His name is Dave Taylor. Right from the start on the training camp, this guy's hitting everybody. We're watching him, we say, does he know what training camp is all about? Just take it easy. So I was really impressed with him. Then he got to play with me. Then I was looking for a left winger.
A few guys try, it was not happening. Then I saw Charlie Simmer playing in Oakland. And I look at him skating on the ice. I remember really 6'3", really good-looking guy. Really good-looking guy. I said, this guy belongs in California. I mean, at the Forum. And for some reason, he didn't stay. He went back. Was it Springfield?
Springfield, yeah. Beautiful Springfield.
Went back. Then he was called up. I was in Detroit. And he came and played with me and Dave. I scored 4 goals. And against Rogi Vachon, my ex-roommate. Did you score in that game?
No, you never passed me the puck.
So from that point on, we started. We didn't think as a Triple Crown. I don't remember who gave us that name, but it stuck with us.
So I think we had very good chemistry together. And Marcel was right. When I first went to training camp, I was the 15th round draft choice, so I had to hit everybody to try to get noticed, and tried to score in every scrimmage. But I was playing on the 4th line till about January, and then the coach, who was Ron Stewart at the time, he tried me on a line with Marcel. And I think the first game we played together, we were on the road, might have been in Pittsburgh. Marcel scored 2 goals, and that was a good thing, and that was, without question, the biggest break of my hockey career, because then I had the opportunity to play with Marcel probably for the better part of the next 9 years. And the following season, we were looking for a left winger. We had Danny Grant play with us for a while. We had Murray Wilson play with us for a while. And Bob Berry became the coach the following year. And if you ask Bob Berry, he'd say the dumbest thing I ever did was send Charlie Simmer down to Springfield at the beginning of the year. But the smartest thing I ever did was to recall him in January. And then when Charlie joined the line, that was the beginning of the Triple Crown line, and Marcel scored 4 goals that first game in Detroit, and so the rest is history.
So obviously that game was great with 4 goals by Marcel. Is there another game that maybe stands out to the 3 of you that was also memorable?
Well, we don't want to talk about the All-Star game because we almost got benched by Scotty Bowman because we were... But I don't know if there's just one outside of that generally. I mean, I think individually, I think one of my favorite games, I was able to get 4 goals behind Billy Smith against the Islanders. And it just seemed, no matter what game we were at or who had the puck, there was really no designated play. Whoever was open got the puck. And we all had different characteristics, what we did well, and obviously I couldn't play like Marcel Dion or Dave Taylor. I had to play like myself, and I had certain strengths in my game, going the front of the net, trying to get in the way of a lot of people, and mostly had to do all the defensive work too, if I remember.
Well, here's what I can tell you, okay? It's very simple. The sad part, it's most of the country, especially in Canada, never got to see us play. And now you can watch a hockey game at 4 o'clock in the morning, it's on. But all I can tell you, can really honestly tell you, we were one of the greatest lines that ever played the game. And what he just said, both of them, and you watch McDavid, for example, and you watch Gretzky, well, we wanted the puck. We didn't get rid of the puck. We went for it. We played with it. That's simple. You got a stick, you got a puck, right? Watch Edmonton, what's happening to them now. Is this acceptable? Who do they blame? The coach. Who do they blame? The manager. We learned how to perform. Didn't matter who we had as a coach, we went out and played. And I tell you, it was a lot of fun.
I have a couple of special games. One, if I recall correctly, Charlie got a hat trick in Boston, and he scored the 3rd goal into the empty net and finished. He had 49 goals in 50 games, just missed getting 50 goals in 50 games that season. And I think another game was in Buffalo where Charlie scored a goal, and it was 13 consecutive games with at least a goal, which is still a modern-day record in the National Hockey League.
It was kind of funny, as Marcel says, in today's world you can see hockey wherever what time of day. And back then we played so far out of the norm or the hockey world, basically, until we started going back east. We didn't really know what was going on. I remember when Dave was talking about the Buffalo and that we didn't even realize there was a scoring streak alive in the NHL. So I mean, there were certain things that you weren't really aware of it. And as Mars mentioned, we played because we loved to play it, and it really didn't matter what the scores were. I mean, obviously we wanted to win as much as we could, but it was always a matter of, we knew that if we did well, our team was going to score, and it was really a collection of three guys trying to be very successful.
Now, what about maybe a strange game or a funny game or even something funny off the ice? Because I assume the three of you must have spent some time together away from the rink as well.
Pittsburgh?
I knew he was going to bring it up.
Do we talk about Pittsburgh or do we not talk about
Well,
Pittsburgh?
it's X-rated, you know. Really.
Well,
what happened?
There's
What happened? We
a
got
couple of Pittsburgh stories, but this one was really funny. This one was on the ice.
Yeah, my roommate was Danny Grant, and we stayed right across from the Igloo. So usually we screen our calls, and for some reason, the phone rang. And so I pick up the phone and says, hello? He says, yeah, is this Marcel? Yeah, what's up? He says, this is Roger. If you score any goal tonight, I'm going to blow you F off head. What? He hung up, right? Then I tell Danny, I said, Danny, you cannot believe that. There's a guy. I'm assuming it's a crank call, but what about if it's true? So Danny gets up and he's crawling along the wall just see if he sees any sniper, right? So then the rule by thumb, he says, you got to call the coach. We called the coach. Then he called the security. So security came up, says, well, we're going to protect you. We're going to be there tonight. We're going to keep an eye on it. And he said, I said, what are the odds? He goes, well, maybe 1 in a million. That's not good enough, 1 in a million. Well, anyway, nobody knows. Bob Barry is my coach. He says, don't tell anybody. So everybody just whatever. So then the thing started, and everybody was, there's something wrong with me. We get on the ice in the warm-up, right? Now I'm thinking, he didn't say when he was going to kill me. So I says, what about in the warm-up? So my warm-up was always like, I take it easy, you know. I was zooming by everybody. I says, maybe if he's trying or something's going to happen. I was bumping into guys, and they know after that there was something wrong with me. Usually the warm-up is, 10, 15 minutes. I tell you, I was not there any more than 2 minutes. Get me out of there. So now the game starts. So I'm just hoping, I said, I just hope I'm not on the starting lineup. Yes, I am. I'm at the blue line. So again, that's the dilemma. It's in my head. Well, guess what? I'm at the blue line. And then suddenly I said, now he's really got me. Then I was going that way, and I was going during the national anthem, going around. And then again, just boom, go and sit on a bench. Same thing. I said, now he had me this way. Now I'm on the bench. I said, that's not good if he's right there. So Bob Barry come close to me and says, Marcel, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm with you. He says, yeah, but if he misses me, he gets you. He took off. So that went on, right? I'm bumping. Son of a gun. The puck is moving around. We got a power play. It's this and that. And the announcer, Bob Miller, says, you got it. Charlie Simmer to Dave Taylor to Marcel Dionne's got an open net. He missed. I did miss. I didn't want to score. So now we'll go back, play again to Marcel Dionne. I guess they don't know, right? Then another play. The puck is right there. I put it in. And again, I put it in. I'm 5'7.5", and I could see, I said, right in the middle of the pack. Charlie is 6'3", Dave is 6'1". Now he says, he's going to get them. What a team guy, right? What a team guy. So now we go back in the dressing room. Second period. I never take penalties. For some reason, I got a penalty. Now I'm in the penalty box. I'm on the other side. I said, he's got me. It was a fun game, eh? So now they never saw me. I was trying to lace up my skates. I didn't never look for the play. Boom, it's done. Anyway, we got off the ice and this and fine and security. And then they read about it the next day. Butch Goring said, oh, fat cat. He says, that was a joke. I said, yeah, but you didn't expect, I didn't expect that. Now, a few months go by, then we'll go back to Pittsburgh. I kind of forgot about it. Game starts. I scored a first goal. You know how the guys go in those days, right? I scored a first goal. I turned around. Everybody went to the bench. That was it. And I'll tell you, it's not fun when you get one of these phone calls.
Well, I think we have to wrap it up because you gentlemen have people waiting to get your autographs on some great collectible stuff. So thank you for your time. Any last things you want to say before we go?
No, thank you for having us. We really appreciate it and look forward to the opportunity to say hello to everyone.
Charlie lives in Texas. Dave is in Orange County. What's the name of the town?
Mission Viejo.
Oh, geez, Mission, that's beautiful. I've been there many times. And myself, I live in Niagara, so it's a pleasure to be here. This is absolutely an incredible show. I think it's the first time to see it like that. And it is the biggest. So we're ready to go.
James Bay.
What?
We live in James Bay.
Really? What are you doing here?
That's not far from Terrace Bay, is it?
Yeah, okay, let's go.
All right. Just leave that there. All right, thank you.
Thank
guys.
you very much. Give us a hand here. Come on, let's go. You guys, all gray hair, you saw me play, you saw us play. You never saw me play. Who's my #1 fan, eh? James.